Then let's go, shall we? Boom. It looks to be still good. I was more referring to, the delay. Colonel Gilles Nabat is growing frantic. All of her carefully laid plans and contingencies are crumbling around her as the seemingly unstoppable Lassie rampage through the ship. To make matters worse, the airship's main reactor is suddenly shut down. Jill has yet to grasp what is behind the power loss. Stas and Vanilla are able to retrieve their equipment soon after escaping confinement. At the same time, the companions make good progress as routes open up across the ship. As that engine failure has quieted the wind howling across the deck, so guided by fate, the Lassie are reunited, and their success gives them renewed vigor to attempt the impossible. But now, alas, they know what they have to do. They will topple the sanctum, overturn fallacy, rule, and put the fate of Cocoon in the hands of the people. They can just make it to the bridge of the Palamecia. They'll show the Primarch what Lassie are really capable of. Okay. So, I did a small bit of grinding. Look at that CP though. And we'll do a small bit still while I brush up on my skill. I meant to run into the dude, but he kind of avoided me.
Your mind on the battle.
So that was unfortunate, but
Stay down.
let me know how volume is. Obviously, you know. Now how those things go.
Try that on me.
That was your day so far. Good volume, excellent. That's what I like to hear. Realize I should probably heal Snow and Hope, but YOLO. And GG, we got him. We could have died. This is the Ralph Wiggum meme. I'm in danger. Nah, we're good. I knew what I was doing. Sometimes. Look at that. Look at that. 1,000 CP. And we're getting incentive chips and credit chips. Like, I'll show you the exact route I was grinding. I fought him. I have to fight this guy to get to the next point. But this guy's really easy. Just take out these raiders while Snow takes everyone's attention. The best part is these fights only take a little bit more than a minute, so like, you kind of fly through them. Quickly take him out. Got any fun plans for today? I think Hope is the next person to get a Eidolon summon. I believe he is. Could be wrong, but... Yeah, the really nice thing is, if you actually grind in this area, you have a huge chance of getting the credit, the incentive chips, which is what I'm wanting. Because, like, we got 46 credit chips. Those sell for not too much, but it's these incentive chips that sell for 2,500? And we've got almost 70 of them.
On your toes.
Try that on me. Try that on me.
So yeah, I would grind between the first guy like this and this guy, because this is as far away as I need to be in order to reach them both. If that makes any sense. So, like, where this guy sits and the first guy we fought sits, they are just far enough away that they will respawn in between fights, and I won't have to fight the pangolin. Yes, it's called like a thermomodon or blah-blah-blah-blah-blah. Something weird like that, yeah. With hope. So my goal is to... Probably should have waited a tiny bit longer, but whatever. That's okay. Snow needed the hells. And now this guy's gonna be a GGG. G, ba, 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 ba. It is so hot out today. I went on a walk at like 10, and oh my god. I was sweating up a goddamn storm. It was nice day. I've actually been sitting around shirtless for the last hour and a half because of just how hot I was.
No problem.
But of course, because I wanted to stream, I had to actually put clothing back on. So yeah, I would run all the way up here, fight him, turn around, run. All the way back down, fight that guy, turn around, run all the way back up, fight this guy. So I was getting about 2,000 CP every 5 minutes, with a chance of getting around up to like 8 incentive chips potential. So this was a good grinding area, and I didn't have to pay attention too much, because for the most part, Snow and Hope don't die in these fights, especially with Snow on provoke mode.
Wide open. Steady now. Thanks. You asked for it. Nothing personal.
Well, who's ready for some story?
Keep a cool head.
Yeah? Ready for a boss fight? Let's see.
Just too easy.
Oh, that's weird. Those fights were taking me about a minute yesterday. Now they're taking me 2 minutes. Lame. That's okay, I don't care. Alright. I'm unsure if this will work, because I'm about 99% sure there's a boss fight on the other side of that. I'm going to try to put on a Fortisol and everything, but I don't want to waste it. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter too much, so I don't care if I waste it or not. So I changed my mind. There it is. There we go, we got all our shrouds on. So now we're gonna start with a lot of good stuff.
Been looking for you, Nabat.
Your Eminence, please escape. I'll cover your retreat.
No.
Why don't you leave, Jill? Or rather, take your leave. Humans have no business here.
What? Your Eminence!
What? Magic? Monster! People are not yours to use!
What else does one do with tools?
No!
Cocoon is a factory built by Falsi. A factory for the mass production of human thralls.
Not anymore, it's not.
What can mere men do? Without our help, death is all of which you're capable. You saw the fools, a mindless mob drunk on fear of a viewless sea.
If they only knew a lassie was the one filling their glasses!
Let's see. You mean me? Oh, child, perish the thought. I am more than that! I am Falsi. My name is Spartandulus, voice of the Sanctum and Lord Sovereign of the Cocoon Falsi. Your kind feared the darkness, so we gave you light. You begged us for the purge,
And did it not come to pass? Now you spurn our counsel? You must learn your place.
So I'm gonna pause right here. Because
Cocoon?
now that we've played Final Fantasy XII, remember what happened in 12. Remember those invisible beings that were controlling the path of Ivalice? The ones where we had to destroy the Christ? It's almost like each of the Final Fantasies have built off of each other. This is all like one long history of Final Fantasy. And it's just you're getting like millennia in between each one. Almost. So what if this is what those invisible beings became? They became the Foul Sea. I don't know.
It's nothing to you?
Okay. So it's funny, each of these is weak to a certain element, and strong gets a secret element. A certain element. So, you saw the shroud we use. We all have started off with a huge bonus. Because of that. So we all have haste, magic up, strength up, stronger defense, stronger magic defense, the ability to interrupt better, the ability to not be interrupted as easily. This boss gave me a lot of trouble the first time I fought it, but I kind of know how to use abilities and shrouds better, so it's something I'll definitely look forward for and in greater detail for when we get to the Final Fantasy podcast once we beat 13, 2, 3, and 15. He says this is the power of the Foul Sea as I'm beating his butthole. Bartandalus! Non-elemental stores energy to unleash a... Oh. How much health does he have? Only 435,000, that's not that bad. Not the butthole! But like, I love how like back in like old like Final Fantasy, it'd be like, oh my god, we're gonna get like, look at this boss, it's got so much health. And now we're just like, oh, it's only got half a mil, that's not bad. Oh, how the tides have turned. Baptism and ruin.
You will know.
Thank you. Take down the enemy.
He's charging up for a mega attack.
Thanks.
Which wasn't even that much of a mega attack.
Bartandalus!
Right. Wait until we get back to those older games. Oh.
Witness my power.
Oh no! It reset. Well, rip that,
Follow my
but
lead.
that's okay. Oh, and all of our bonuses left. Damn it. Oh well. Well, we've got it more than halfway down, obviously.
Thank you. Let's go!
Submit.
Thanks. Take down the
Alright.
You will taste agony.
Right. I kinda don't like how it's been built up though. Like, before it used to be like difficulty and like, you know, needing to use some strategy and everything, and now it's like, it's difficulty just by sheer, like, just how much damage and health they have. Like, it,
You will know.
just, the type of strategies necessary are just completely different, and it's weird. Just how much it's changed. You're right. Like, to be honest, you could probably brute force everything in this game if you really wanted to. Like, it doesn't have to be, like smart thinking. You don't need to, like, get weaknesses, anything. You know, I could just get a healer and 2 strong punchy punchers. Right, like that super boss fight in 12. Like, it's hard in the sense that it's got 8.5 million health. Like, why is that hard other than the fact that it has 8 million health? Alright. No worries. Easy to fix.
Witness my power. Submit.
Take down the enemy.
Come. Want of a false seed.
it! Right, I mean, you do need to be smart, like, you know, you need to get your defense up. But other than that, yeah, no, the difficulty has nothing to do with, strategy. Well, there is strategy. Don't get me wrong. But it's not the same kind of strategy.
Thank you.
I'd like an N-type ring. I think that'll make us immune to fire. Damn, Hope. Alright, let's just beat his ass. Yeah, he's only got 17,000 health left. And look, he's almost dead. I'm thinking we're doing around, like, 1,000 a hit. Oh, yeah. He's dead in 3 seconds. Nine minutes and 40 seconds. Not bad. 6,000 CP, though. And we got a bigger Crystarium. Hey, girl, you want to see how big my Crystarium has grown? Anyway.
Valsy running the sanctum.
Then, I guess it wasn't Eden controlling things after all.
As I said, I am Lord Sovereign.
Guess Valsy don't go down as easy as the rest of us.
Ease is not the issue. You have not fought to win. You should know quite well already the sure way of dispatching our kind. Ragnarok.
What's Ragnarok? Ah! Ah! Ah!
Pitiful Lassie. You've forgotten your focus. Ragnarok is the beast one of you must become in order to lay waste to Cocoon. You have had the dream. One among you will become that monstrosity. Defeat Orphan and destroy Cocoon.
Orphan?
The font of Eden's power. Orphan fuels Eden with strength, and Eden in turn sustains you and the rest of our kind. Destroy Orphan, and you'll release a force such as this world has never seen. Cocoon will be torn asunder.
So if I did that, destroyed Orphan,
Your focus will be fulfilled.
so what? Who says it has to be?
Sarah asked us to save Cocoon before she turned to Crystal. Save it! And that's what we're gonna do. Sarah was trying to tell us how to complete our focus, and we have...
Allow me to help you see the truth of things. The moment you arrived, your friend wept crystal tears. This was because her focus required that you be brought together. That girl did nothing but assemble the tools for Cocoon's destruction. Did it never occur to you? Or did you simply refuse to countenance the thought? If you will not face the truth, then face the peril of your plight. Run, let's see. See how stark reality is.
Come on!
Yoke's jammed! Knew it was a trap!
Something's coming!
Not so fast, Lassie. Hang on!
Rough. I love how their airships are actually like monsters.
The hell kind of ship is this? Fighting on its own? Clever, aren't you?
Can't we do something?
Got me! I give up! The shield!
Saz, look out!
Poof. Please insert disc 3. Oh, okay. Here it is. Welcome to the second half of the game. This second half can be long, or it can be short. You excited for disc 3? Chapter 9, a focus revelade.
Where are we? Looks like a piece of pulse.
Pulse? What, you mean like the Bodum vestige? Something like that. It's close to Eden.
Yeah, well, what I don't understand is after the purge and all that Lassie paranoia, why keep a chunk of pulse under the floorboards?
Is this what the Primarch wanted us to see?
A place for Lassie to accept their fate.
Do you really think our focus is what Daisley said it is?
You mean become Ragnarok?
Destroy the Fal'Cie Eden and shatter Cocoon. That's what the vision's telling us, more or less. So, back to square one. Out of luck.
Of course, there's snow moping.
Cocoon calling snow.
It's almost like Daisley wants it to come true.
Seems that way. He sure didn't mind explaining it. Here's your focus on the silver platter.
But that doesn't make sense. I don't get it. Why would a Cocoon Fal'Cie want to destroy Cocoon?
Maybe it's a Fal'Cie thing. You know what I mean? Some grand design we just don't understand.
Hey, Hey, Snow. Nothing from you?
He's moping.
So, this way?
New merchandise is available. We got a big aquarium. Shall we look at our big aquarium? Jeopardize. Ooh. Oh, that wasn't much. Lame. Fear Siphon. Yeah, the main reason I do all these other ones is because of all the extra, like, HP, strength ups, and all that shit. It's the main reason I do those. Because we do need those extra stats. So, that's the funny thing. So, like, you know how we get all these magic attacks and things? Like, that only affects us when you're, like, for instance, I can't use Ruin or, anything else if I'm going as a Ravager. Just like as a Commando, I can't cast Blizzard and all that. But like the extra HP and the attack boosts, magic boosts, that affects me regardless if I'm on a Commando, Healer, Ravager, any of that. So that's the really nice thing that they did. Stat boosts are permanent, everything else is optional.
Wish I could say it was my piloting skills that saved us back there, but it wasn't. Truth is, the ship handled all the flying and shooting. I'm not talking about some jacked up autopilot either. Something wanted us to make it out of there, and made sure we did.
Alright, so it looks like we can talk to everybody. Sarah.
For destruction target crystal.
Can you hear him talking? It's like uber quiet. Save. Right. Chapter 10. What a falsy wants, what a falsy needs. Whatever makes you happy to get you free. Anyway, Unicorn Mott. Foul Liquid. Platus' Workshop. Healer Staff. Umbra. Life Sabre. BB&W. Gold Bangle, more HP. General's Belt. Witch's Bracelet, Light Cape, Pain Dampener, Hero's Amulet. I don't care about those. Creature Comforts, you know. So, eventually we're going to be going into the Creature Comfort to get, Sturdy Bones, I think is... Wait, what do we want? Sturdy Bones? Let me double check. What do we need? We want... $36 Steady Bones. Yeah. To give us a triple multiplier. Cool. Just wanted to make sure. But we're not at the point yet. Minar Stone. the pair off. So we actually want Uraninite, which we have. We want Scarletite, which we don't have yet. And Perviskite, which we don't have yet. Which I'm hoping we can find sooner or later, but really will depend later on. I'll probably this week look into grinding things up to start actually upgrading our weapons.
Checking your brand? If you start to stray or take too much of a shock, your brand will change, and it'll be next stop XIII Central. Keep that in mind.
Don't believe everything a Fal'Cie says. He's telling us our focus is to destroy Cocoon. But who knows? He could be lying to trick us into helping him to do something else. We should listen to Sarah, not some Fal'Cie.
So Daisley was really the Fal'Cie Bartandalus. The vision he was talking about was that crazy Ragnarok dream we all had when we were made into l'Cie. One of us is supposed to become this Ragnarok thing and destroy Eden.
Okay.
Except we do that by destroying...
We do have a lot of cutscenes coming up, though, so how long is it going to take you?
I think I have that part straight now. Are we ready to get out of here?
Well, here it comes. Here it comes.
I gotta apologize. Looks like I was wrong.
About Sarah's focus. Not like you to second guess yourself.
Well, even heroes make mistakes.
What about your plan to protect Cocoon? Either way, your faith in Sarah was strong. That strength got you this far.
It was all wrong.
Yeah. You tried so hard to convince us that you even fooled yourself. You've been a total idiot. But still... it saved me. You trusted Sarah. Let that faith drive you. It even made me want to believe.
So this next part after this is either fighting or more cutscene. If it's fighting, you should be good to go real quick. If it's the cutscene, you've got some time.
Sarah, talk to me, baby.
Just go as fast as you can. Hopefully I can draw it out as long as possible.
Legends, right?
I want to say we're close to Eden, but it's hard to be sure.
True. The fifth arc. I love how it's referred to as the fifth arc, which means there have been several others.
I can't believe we're still in Cocoon.
It's kind of creepy.
Do I get to choose my team? Damn it. Until I can actually choose my shit, this is the best option we've got. Actually, no, we can do this. There we go. Oh, these things are annoying. Like, it's nice that we got snow, but we don't have the snow setup I need. Like, it's nice. I used to run with vanilla a lot. Aha! Your party members have unlocked the potential to assume all combat roles. Now you can freely select members for your team, and they can learn new abilities. Cool, so everybody can learn everything now. I think this is the important cutscene, I think. The 5th arc. Concealed vestige. Nope, not yet.
This place. It must be an ark.
An ark?
That's what they called them.
Long ago, the Falsi, who made their home on Grand Pulse, were afraid of invasion from the outside. As part of their battle preparations, they created an army of living weapons. And they stored those weapons in arks. And they hid the arks all over the world.
Everyone on Grand Pulse knew the legend.
So, this is basically a Pulse armory.
Mm-hmm. Most of us never believed in them. A few people tried searching, but they never found a thing. Who'd have thought to look on Cocoon?
Right under our noses. Some secret they kept. Those Sanctum guys, what are they up to?
The story's not done. There's more.
They used to say the Arks had a more practical purpose.
Huh. Really?
Yeah, to force l'Cie to master their shiny new powers.
Huh.
Okay, so I get it. Daisley's goal is to forge us into stronger weapons. Right.
Not Seath, but monsters all the same.
Think of it as training for the fight ahead.
Hope's right.
Wait, what was that? These guys again.
Fun times.
Over there. We gotta keep moving.
So yeah, like I said, this is where everything really just kind of opens up. Alright. Battle team, you. You and you. Switch. Cool. Alright, so I want solidarity. No, I want... You're my active. Switch that with that. Then this, I want to be... Ravager, Ravager. Oops. No, I want Commando. Commando Ravager. Commando, Sentinel, Synergist. And now everything gets expensive because we can become anything we want. As you can see, everyone's Crystarium has completely opened up. So now's where you really think, how do you want your people to grow? A lot of it's also going to depend on who learns what and when. So for instance, Snow absolutely is going to be... Depending... Yeah. Snow absolutely is the backup for everything. So I'm probably going to teach him Saboteur things. But like, it costs 3,000 because these aren't his normal abilities. Like 18,000, 12,000, like... This is why I said it's gonna cost a lot to do these. Like... So it's more of those, like, I have to think about who I want to be able to do what, when, and why. Aurora... Oops. So what do you learn as a Saboteur? Deprotectka. Shelga, that's really good. Dispel, very good. Kurska, very good. Jinx, very good. Poisonga, alright. So, this is where the real strategy comes in, of figuring out, you know, how you want your people to grow. Like, what are you going to be using them for? Nice.
Get ready.
Hold on, did I level everybody up? No, I did not. Come on, B. Let me finish leveling the rest of the people. So, like, the biggest thing is, like, since I'm not going to be using the other people, like, at all, like, I'm probably not going to increase their, the other things unless I decide to use somebody else. So they're going to be constantly gaining CP that's not going to be used. For now, at least. Like, obviously, if you want a good saboteur, you're going to use, Vanille, or, what's her name? Fang. If you want a good, synergist, you're gonna use Saz, or Hope. Like, you don't go to your other people to use things that they're not necessarily using. Because that's not what they are for. But they can still learn the abilities at a heavy cost. You know. But you can if you're willing to just kind of sit there and grind it up, which I will probably do just for our sake. And plus, grinding is not that bad anymore. Power chain, death blow. Also, excuse me, was that death blow instantly kill an enemy with low health? Not bad. What, my strategies? Or me becoming super overpowered? Saboteur. Yeah, like I said, like, my paradigms for these guys are mostly, obviously, I try to focus as much as I can with always dealing damage, so we got our commando. And then we've got, you know, 2 setups for healing. One in which we've got a damage away from us. Oh, hold on. I don't want Relentless Assault. I'm gonna have to move everything down a little bit. There we go. We want Delta attack as our main. Okay. That should be good for now. We'll have Snow work on that one while we take on this one. See? Look at that. Look at that strategery! 512, really not bad. So my goals for this usually are split the pain so that, you don't got one person just taking everything. And of course, even better if we can get, everybody on the, stagger train. So that's the really nice thing about having somebody like Snow, who can be a commando on his own. He'll attack the other enemies than I am. So if I can get one person, you know, if I can get this surprise strike with 2 people, then you have Snow keeping the other one staggered while we stagger the first one. Then we flip it and go to the next one. Like we're about to do it right here. And now we flip. And bada bing, bada boom. We destroy them all in seconds. See? Easy peasy. Easy peasy lemonade squeezy. I'm gonna save so we don't have to go through all those cutscenes and leveling up. Pro strats. I mean, most of what I do is pro strats. No need to brag, but you know. Anyway. No, like I said, I've gotten here before. I've beaten this area. I think it's after this. To be honest, the one I quit, like the very first time I played this game, I struggled and had to quit on Hope's Eidolon fight. I could not, for the life of me, beat it. Just for whatever reason.
Nothing I can't handle.
No, not the Pulsework Knight. I wanted the other one. So the real nice thing about the Pulsework Knights is when they get staggered, they actually stop attacking. So fighting them becomes significantly easier at that point. Because obviously they're not going to attack. Alright. This one's gonna take a while. Because our best bet is to have them focus in on Cloud while we just attack. I love the music for this game so much. It's so pretty and amazing and everything about.
Change of plan. Just another battle.
I'm more upset about the fact that I fucked up and I used Libra on the wrong enemy and just wasted time. Here is Amulet. Oh, absolutely. RPGs always have great music. If I were game developers, I'd put an item here. You failed me! But I mean, fair. Just because it's something that I would do doesn't necessarily mean that it's what everybody will do.
You asked for
And Dragon Quest, and when we get to it, you're also going to love Chrono Trigger. I'm so excited to play Chrono Trigger. And if we really like it, I will look into getting Chrono Cross, which is the hated sequel to Chrono Trigger.
Back me up.
And if we really like those two, I can look into getting another RPG series that I've had my eye on for a while. Talked about it on stream and I've completely forgotten its name. Dragon... Breath of Fire! That's it, there's 5 of them.
Back me up.
Of course, we also have a lot of spin-off Final Fantasy games we can play. There's Final Fantasy Tactics, there's Final Fantasy something, there's World of Final Fantasy. If we want to, we won't be done with Final Fantasy for a long time. Like, there's years of content for Final Fantasy, let's be honest. And of course, if we really like Final Fantasy and other things like this, we can also move on to a series that I personally don't like, but it would be a lot of strategery, and that would be Fire Emblem. Not necessarily. Like, it's just so... Yeah, it's a tactics game, but it's one where you make one mistake and it's like, you know, you've got people with permadeath. I don't like permadeath on my peeps. And there's a lot of bullshit, and I've just never bothered to take the time to learn it, which is probably some of the issue. Because I've just never bothered to learn it.
You asked for it. Nothing personal.
And I mean, I've heard that new Switch game is very good too. Three Houses or whatever. I also want to play like Octopath Traveler, which is another good RPG I've heard good things about.
New strategy.
Phosphoric ooze. Alchemic ooze. Their fusion. Like, we have years of content. Oh, that was close. 68 health left. Ooh, baby, that was close.
Keep a cool head.
Science amulet. So yeah, those little mushroom heads down there, super easy to beat. Gives a lot of experience. Amazing to grind. The ooey gooeys, ugh. Obnoxious, not so easy to grind, and just generally annoying. Actually makes me want to do these fights with aggression on immediately. The only thing I don't like about these surprise strikes is it takes forever because, like, I have to individually hit them all.
Be ready for the next fight.
But just like that, we beat them in 2 seconds. 4 seconds. This is going to end up being a small little problem for me. Because the oozes are going to fuses.
Let's get this over with.
Yeah, they're merging.
Here!
Nothing personal.
So you can obviously see the issue of fighting these fuckers.
New strategy.
Like, trying to stagger them is 300. That's gonna take forever.
Keep a cool head.
Now I'm just trying to get some damage out. There we go. Oof. Yeah, no stars. That should have taken a minute, and it... Bleh. I love how some of the secret items and things, they're just, like, obnoxious to get to, but, like, they're items, so, like, I gotta collect the shinies. Like, look at the shinies over here. Shinies! Like, if this doesn't give us 2,000 to 3,000, I'm gonna be, like, shocked.
Let's get this over with. Wide open.
Like, these things can be scary because, like, you had, like, 10 of them just, like, mass healing themselves, and, like... Like, look how quickly they just took out all of our health, but at the same time, like... Now they're, like, dealing no damage. $640. Yeah. Give me, like, a rare thing, please. Medicinal oil. So, weed.
Might be something around here.
We got ourselves some weed, aka medicinal oil. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa, ooh, suwoo. Moo, poo you. Paradigms. Customize. This is gonna take forever, but, like, we gotta... do what we can.
New strategy.
Oh, look at you go, girl! Thank you for supporting me and purchasing the bundle. Heck yes. you leave a nice distribution for little old me? No, but you'll have a nice new computer to do it. Just think about it. A nice new computer to play all those nice new games. A rainbow anklet, eh? It happens. Increases daze resistance. I can give myself even more strength, but lower my health by 200, 150. That's not bad. Yeah, let's do that. We lose a little bit of health on lightning, but we're dealing more damage. Fair. The potential cutscene coming through this door, potential not, I don't really know. Yo, regardless if you know, help me or not, you still support Humble Bundle, which helps all of us in the long run, because they give us good dealios. Great games, good bundles, all that jizz.
Nothing I can't handle.
No, I'm not gonna use the Libra scope. We'll just use the Libra on these, each individually. We have been dazzled.
Let's go!
Stickiny. Alright, we're gonna have to bully these sickening next time because fuck kicked my ass by dazing us. That was scary. Of course. It's one of those you do as much as you can for everybody involved. Which is exactly the way you should do it. So I absolutely detest this place because of the enemies here. These bird things are literal Satan's nutsack. Kill the stickiny! We took out Satan's nutsack.
Keep a cool head.
They're also super strong.
this over with.
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything. Alright, I want to double check something up here real quick. Just to see where it takes me. Is this just like a shortcut down? Okay, it is. I don't care about that. We do all of the walkings. First order of business is kill the Skitany.
Let's get this over with.
Stickany, sorry. Okay, good. It self-destructed and hit nobody. That's what I wanted to see. Okay. High conflux.
These things are alive.
Look how cool these things are.
What's this sanctum up to? Are they planning to start a war?
Hibernatorium.
We can win if we stay focused.
Berserker. $142,000. Depends on the crime. A lot of law is maybe, depends on the circumstance.
Keep a cool head.
Depends on the crime.
New strategy. Out of my way! You asked for it. Nothing personal.
Oh. But yeah, there's no way I'd be able to know anything without knowing more specifics and being able to research. That's the issue. Anytime you consult a lawyer about anything, it's going to be, let me look into that. Because it's always a maybe. Because circumstances change a lot of things. It's just... you can never say anything for certain.
New strategy.
You know.
No problem.
Right. I'd also have to brush up on the degrees. TBH. Paradigms. Customize. Let's start with just aggression. We're about to hit this bitch. Murder. Like, you can have a first-degree misdemeanor.
Change of plan.
I believe so, yeah.
Time for another approach.
I haven't actually been inside of a courtroom since undergrad when I was externing with the public defender's office, so... Yes, we also have access to different databases. Because the thing is, you can't ask, hey, if I did this, would I get in trouble? Well, that depends. There's a lot of things that will change depending on the circumstances, you know? Like, just because you did this and been like, well, it's like that same thing could have been litigated 30 different times, and each time you got a different result because of different circumstances. Law is not black and white, it's gray.
Well, at least we shouldn't run into Saigon here.
And that's why people don't understand. That's why it's highly irregular for people to successfully defend themselves in court. Right. Because people go in thinking, oh, I can just argue that I did this, and because the law says this, I'm fine. No, that's not how it works. Unfortunately. Like, there's a reason we have gone to law school.
That's how it's done.
It's like, not even lawyers know everything. Like, we have a ton of research we have to do, you know? There's a ton of questions we have to ask. There's so much we need to know. And it's just like, you know... People go off and claim that, you know... It just is sometimes very frustrating at the fact that people think, like... You know, it's like the same with doctors. Like, anybody can read a medical textbook and be able to be like, oh, well, because I have the X, Y, and Z symptoms, I've got this. Well, no, because there's 4 different ways you could have this, and you don't have any of them. You actually have this.
Change of plan.
No, it's okay, I don't mind. It's not like I was gonna be like, oh my god, your friend's a criminal. It's also why lawyers aren't necessarily liked to be a juror. Because, you know, lawyers will be able to see exactly what's being argued and things, and we're not that fair and unbiased individual, because we can see beyond the arguments. You know, we know the elements that need to be proved, and if something's not described well, we can usually infer things a lot better than the other people. And the issue is, if it's known that we're an attorney, then, you know, other jurors will turn to us and listen to us instead of making their own decisions based upon the facts of the case.
Change of plan. Keep the enemy off balance. Change of plan.
Yeah, we're just equipped to deal with these bubbles of poop.
Let's get this over with.
Let's take out these phosphoric assholes. I have lots of things where you can just be like, wow, what a sentence. Just like you last night telling me that you want to turn on my stove. Yo, hello, Corey in the gym.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Thank you for the follow. Oops. Paradigms, yeah. Switch it right there. Turn around, Mr. Behemoth. Turn your butt around, Mr. Behemoth. Escape your gaze. Go. Yes. So we're gonna switch this to Russian. Got his butthole. Alright.
We can win if we stay focused.
Damn, he's already half dead. Hell yeah. Actually, I want to read this. Susceptible to deprotect. Well, he's dead. He's de-alive. So if deprotect removes your protection, does de-alive just kill somebody? I don't think that's how magic works. Oh god, not more of these assholes. Phosphorescent assholes. No, kill it before it merges! Yes! Ooh, we got a double kill because it started to merge with it? I've never seen that before. Nice. So it merged, but it didn't finish the merge, so it killed the phosphorescent asshole, but we didn't have to kill it. Nice. That looks like it's going to be a fun time. Ooh, baby! Ooh, baby, it's a wild world. Stagger lock, don't care about. Increase magic, cast faith. You've got. Let's switch your. Let's go to aggressive, because we're fighting just these slug assholes, I hope. Granted, this could also be really deadly, really quickly. Now we're good. Okay, we're fine now. It just gets iffy right at the very beginning.
Wide open.
Perfect. Okay. I love how we fought like 10 enemies and we got like 3 items. Okay, now the scary thing is going to be right here, because we've got a greater behemoth, but before we fight the greater behemoth, we're going to need to take out the slug assholes. But the greater behemoth is going to start powering up, so we're going to have to focus on these assholes really quickly.
Out of my way! Nothing personal. You asked for it.
Got a nice little curse on him.
Deal with this.
And we died. Fuck! That's okay.
No.
He had to turn just as we went for that. It's okay. No, not to quit. Retry. Nah, it's fine. It's the first time we've died today. Not the biggest issue. I wish I had more paradigm spots, to be honest. That's all I really want, to be able to make more paradigms.
You asked for it. Out of my way!
Let's get that deep protect on him. Like, he's supposed to be susceptible. I'll go for a couple more. Yeah, we're not going to kill him before he alters form, which is going to be absolutely devastating for us, but...
New strategy. You asked for it.
Yeah, here it comes. He gets a full heal, and this is terrifying.
Thank you.
Here!
Thanks.
Alright, this will be a GG, I think. Yep, poked him in the butt. Butt. I'll take it. We are the backpokers. We are the pokers of the butt. Anyway. Nope. Well. Susceptible to me, protect my asshole. Let's increase our Crystarium for these two. Let's keep increasing Saboteur, even though we're only going to get like nowhere, but it still gave a little bit of health, a little bit of strength. But like the other issue with doing things like this, it's like, yeah, we're getting a little bit of health and things, but like, the next time we have the opportunity to increase our Ravager, Synergist, and Medic, like, they're gonna be so far behind. Type of deal, you know? It's like, it's a catch-22.
We can win if we stay focused.
So, like, that's why I'm not doing anything with Lightning, because Lightning tends to stick as just Commando anyway. So, that's why I'm not doing anything with her yet. Later on, I'm going to be adjusting what we're doing, but that's far in the future. Like, 2 or 3 weeks from here. Ow. Look at that. We get him to 11,000, then he gives himself a 99999 heal. 99,999 heal. What a bitch. Oh boy.
You asked for it.
Curses the Penga!
Keep a cool head.
Thank God it's not Fog. If he had cast Fog on us, we'd be screwed. Because Fog stops magic. Pain stops physical. I struggled a lot down here, my first playthrough of this game. Because, you know, I was not as good as I am now. Surprise, surprise. Alright, let's take out these dumb impies. Don't heave, don't heave, don't heave! There we go.
Thank you. Thanks. New strategy.
Alright. Get these de-protectors on him, bruh! You're susceptible to de-protect. And you're not getting de-protected! De-air yourself. Just slowly struggle to death.
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't need shout. Can I have like N something? I swear to God, if you give me vigilance now, I'm gonna kill you. Veil. Fuck this shit, bruh. Either way. You could never what? Like super physically fit and active? Neither could I. I would die. Like I said, in a horror game situation, I would kill myself. Willingly. Couldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. Shouldn't do it. So once we finish this area, we're going to be very close to where the game completely opens up. Kind of. Aha. Important cutscene.
Guys, it's all right. Raines is a Sanctum officer. He's been helping us out.
Why are you here? Raines! You traitor!
I put you on the path. That was my focus.
What? You're a l'Cie?
Since long before we met. I did my best to assist you, as bid by the Sanctum fal'Cie. Now do you understand? The fal'Cie have watched over you, guiding your every step. The luck that saved you time and again was a deliberate machination. Why, you may ask? The Primarch, or should I say, Bartandalus, is crafting you into the instruments of Cocoon's demise.
We've been played for fools.
A Cocoon fal'Cie? Why?
Why? To restore the Maker.
The Maker?
The entity responsible for creating both humans and fal'Cie. Long ago, the Maker departed this world, leaving the two races behind. In a sense, human and fal'Cie are brothers, orphaned by the same parent. As for the humans, they forgot the order imposed by the Maker. They began to war amongst themselves for the first time in history. The fal'Cie focused on recalling their lost deity and returning the world to its former glory. This purpose lies at the heart of all their actions. Calling back the Maker requires a fitting sacrifice.
Yeah, we've heard. The destruction of Cocoon.
The lives of this world's entire populace in bloody tribute.
No. That's crazy talk.
I don't get it. Why do they need us? Couldn't the fal'Cie end Cocoon with just a thought?
Their existence is bound to the creation and maintenance of this floating shell. It is their very nature that holds them in check.
You mean Cocoon fal'Cie can't destroy Cocoon? They needed tools.
If we can stop this by doing nothing, we'll do nothing.
Noble, I expected as much.
You lied to us.
What happened to your dream of rebuilding Cocoon for the people? Was it all a lie?
A shadow of a dream. From when I was human. It was change I craved. And once I'd built the influence to make things happen, there was change. I gained all the power I could hope for, but was a puppet with no will to wield it. It wasn't the fal'Cie who changed. It was me.
You were made a l'Cie?
A l'Cie, tied to an inescapable focus, a slave of destiny. I'd lost hope. I'd all but given up on dreams of freedom.
What are you saying?
I'm here of my own accord, not by fal'Cie order. Seeing you fight brought it all back. Brought back that future I once strove for. I, too, will challenge my fate.
What?
Easy, guys.
If I can defeat you here, the fal'Cie plan will fail.
Brains!
I will use all my remaining power. I will set you free!
Right.
Rain.
Look, it's our friend Sid. Plans actions according to the target's role, eh?
Take down the enemy.
Perfect. Get that guard up.
Follow my lead.
The fal'Cie has no hold over me.
Thank you.
I will not yield.
Try this on for
I will not yield. My triumph is near.
Take down the enemy.
On your guard.
Follow my lead.
My will is my own. My will is my strength.
And inflict days, eh?
Take down the enemy.
Too bad I don't have D shell, but you know, whatever. It's fine by me. Or slow. Slow would be nice, but I can deal with it.
Thanks.
My will is my strength! Not yet.
Follow my lead!
I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
Let's go!
My will is my strength!
Careful now.
I must not falter.
Thanks.
I will not yield.
That's what I want to see. Yeah. So he's guarding, so we do less damage, but we're gonna be able to increase his stuff little by little. Perfect.
You are mine! The Cloud Sea has no hold over me!
Got your back.
My will is my strength!
Careful now.
I will not die if thou seest slain!
Like, this boss is tougher than the last boss we fought. Ugh. Think about that. Ugh. He still has 79,000 health, too.
Thank you. Follow my lead!
Yeah.
Cloud Sea has no hold over me! The Cloud Sea has no hold over me!
Good news is he's almost,
Thanks.
scared. I'd like it if he guarded right now. There we go. That'll get the good heals up, and now Relentless Assault. And he's a GG right here. Especially if we give him no chance to recover, launch. Yeah. This is the GG on Sid Reigns.
My will is my strength!
You thought I was gonna die, didn't you? And we still beat that under time. Tetradick. We got that. Oh, Tetradick! Sorry.
Ironic, isn't it? The only thing I wanted was a moment of triumph. How it ends isn't important. Just do what you know is right. Trust
What? Did he complete his focus?
I don't think so. All Rains did was try to save Cocoon in his own way. His own way.
Hey!
Where are you?
Snow! I think Rains was searching for a way to make us understand. To understand the frustration of being a l'Cie bound to a focus, and maybe what it meant to be human.
So what did you think of that Sid fight, huh? Kinda awesome, right? Huh? Anyway. Your characters can now develop further. Oh my god. This is just for Commando. Remember, we had 48,000 a second ago. And now we have 0. Oh god. Look at that goofy boy. He's just like, hey guys. Exactly. There's where you get bravery and faith. Yes. As you can see, we've still got a ton of shit to do. Like, we're talking hundreds of thousands of CP I need. No worries. You can always ask a question. No. More planned. Unsure. So she's gonna get blindside, Runga, increase the ATB, jeopardize. Excellent. So yeah, like I said, as you can see, we have a lot more to go for our characters. There's so much growing to be done. There's an achievement for completing Commando, Ravager, Medic, Saboteur, Synergist, and Sentinel. I don't have those achievements. And there's an achievement for completely fulfilling someone's Crystarium. Right after the podcast. I'm not doing laundry tomorrow. Well, it's not like I'm gonna go before noon. We'll probably start between noon and 1. The exact time, I don't know. Yeah. Does this just take me all the way around and avoid the fight? Looks like it. Which, we're still gonna do the fight. I'm just looking for free items. Yo. Oh, they're fighting each other. Interesting. Good to know. That's what I do a lot.
Take down the enemy.
Trying to plan out the rest of tonight. I'm trying to plan out tomorrow. I'm trying to plan out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's not going so well because there's so many variables right now that I can't actually accurately predict some things, and it's not making me happy. Did Emma say anything about tonight, by the way? I know you're not in her stream, so you can't really check that, but... And I'm assuming not on Discord either. Well, okay. Nothing we can do about that, so no biggie. Okay. So what do you think of the story so far, and, you know, what we're able to do as this game has progressed?
I guess they don't train l'Cie to make peace.
I'm the one you want. Much appreciated. Come on, then. Much appreciated. I'm the one you want.
Thanks.
Stay in control. Got your back.
Much appreciated.
Well, I mean, even if you look at, look at 9, 10, 10, 2, and 12, and 13, the plots are all going to be, super different, you know? Super different, reasons that you're going out. Super different reasons to, you know, different ways you're going about things. New abilities, new people, Evilise, you were trying to just restore your kingdom. 10-2, you were collecting fucking spheres. 10, you were doing a pilgrimage to stop the world from being destroyed by sin. 9, you were just asked to steal a princess. And then shit went down. You know, 8. You had a job to do. And then shit went down, and you had to save the world from an evil queen. You know, sorceress, whatever you want to call her. Seven, you had to save the world. 13-2 is going to be completely different from 13. 13-3 is going to be even weirder. Like, if you think 13-2 is going to be weird, wait until you see 13-3. Like, what the fuck? You're going to be like, this is 13? The fuck? I mean, because this is one of the first Final Fantasies I actually fully beat, it's gonna be very nostalgic for me. It's one that people consider to be very clunky and not very, user-friendly. And obviously, I can understand that. That's because up until now, we haven't really been given a goal. All we knew was Ragnarok. You know? But now we know that apparently our destiny is to destroy Cocoon as Ragnarok, because one of us will become it. And what we want to do desperately is not to kill people, and we want to save the Cocoon. It's just, it's not super important right now to the plot. It's just, we're kind of just trying to figure it out. You know? Like, you don't know what the plot is because we don't know what the plot is. This game doesn't know its own plot.
Got your back.
Thanks.
Thank you.
But I also mean, like, you know, you're also used to the game where it's like, it's constantly in your face what's going on. Like 12. It was constantly in our face. This one has a bit more of a subtle... 13-2 and 13-3 have a lot more concrete, this is what I'm trying to do. They're just really weird. Go down the other side. So that'll get us behind the behemoth. I mean, most people playing this game don't really know what the fuck is going on, to be honest. I only know because of how many times I have played this game. Speedrunners don't like this game either. I'll be fully honest. No, I know. You still like it. It's just, you know, not the same kind of feelings I have for this game. And you know what? That's okay. You don't have to like the same games I do. You know? It's a different world, a different experience. You know? It grows upon the knowledge of Final Fantasy. Now here's a good question. I did not play Final Fantasy 1 or 2. Would you want me to? They're much older, not as pretty, like much older. Like we're talking like Game Boy. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna kill the stinky. Stickiny. Die.
Thank you.
That it did. I don't mind. I'll do it.
Much appreciated.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Let's wrap this up.
Go!
Turn the tide.
We willingly walked into a very difficult trap, by the way. I think we have to fight 2 of these. I hope not. Okay, it's just one. Cool. But I mean, aren't all of the ones we do just us going on an adventure, to be honest? We beat his ass. That was fun. Give me something good. Scarlet type? Electrodes. This isn't gonna give us much, but every now and then I'm gonna pop in here, throw in some CP. Like, look at us getting like 7,000 here, and we're just like, oh my god, that's so much. When before we were just like 7,000. Remakes, generally, they clean up some of the messier bits that they recognize that they had. But for the most part, don't end up being very different. They just look nicer. I put you in synergist, right? Yeah. Okay. Can ignore the other three for now. Actually, hold on. I want to see something. Should I be putting something into your healer? Or is it okay for me to be ignoring it for now? Accessory slot. Oh. Oh, I should. Just for those two things. Ah! Fuck! Okay. Duh. But yeah, I need to play 1 and 2 then. And then if you really want to, go watch 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't watch 7, I swear to God. There are things in 7 I don't want you to see. Until we get to them in the remake. You laugh, but I'm serious. As long as we understand each other. The transept. So yeah, you can see why I dislike the arc so much. It's just so boring, so narrow. More of these. Okay. The good thing is, usually as long as there's just one of these, I have no problem fighting them. It's when they're getting multiple that we get some issues. Also, look for some Nintendo games you'd like to see me do eventually for Nintendo Thursdays. Right now, we're gonna continue on our Legend of Zelda streak. The problem is there are some I can't do. For instance, like, I want to do, oh, what's it called? Skyward Sword, but I think I need to have a Wii U to play it. And I don't have one. And it doesn't have to be GameCube, it can be N64. I do have an SNES, but the problem is I don't have a capture card for it. But also there's Game Boy, DS, 3DS. I can play all these games. And 3DS is a little bit more difficult. That's not a game. That's a lifestyle choice, and it's not one I'm gonna make the same mistake again on. You also need to have voice activity for it, and no. Not really. Nintendogs was the very first game I got. Not much of a story, to be honest. It's just, I don't like it. Oh, damn, Lightning, you almost died, girl. On my light blue DS. Light baby blue DS.
Take down the enemy.
Got your back.
It's now or never.
Like, we're talking the old clunky fucker. Two of the Stickinis. Stickini, more like Bikini.
Take down the enemy. Follow my lead.
Ooh, some otherworldly bonus. Bam, bam. This is the fight I was thinking of. This is the last fight in the arc.
Word got out about this place. Could go crazy.
Everything pulls. Enemy cocoon.
Okay, no, it's just one-on-one. Okay, cool. Oof. This has been a 2-on-1 fight. It would have been. Oh, GG, game over. There we go. I think even the developers were like, nah, that would be too difficult. We're not gonna do that. Yeah, we'll get it before. He won't even have a chance to get his blade out. Cool.
Turn the tide!
He couldn't pull his dick out. See, like, these berserkers really aren't that difficult to fight. Perfect. That's what I wanted to say. And...
Looks like it's a dead end.
How about down there?
If the stories are right, It's a maze.
This place is a boot camp for Lassie. All kinds of challenges from Grand Pulse await him.
Challenges, huh? To get us all ready to go wipe out Cocoon?
We can wait here if turning Seath sounds better.
I have had enough of this! Where's the way out?
Way out? Who said there was one? Bring it on.
My mind is made up. Maybe I will end up as Seath. Until that happens, I'm gonna make Sarah proud. I couldn't bring myself to admit that this tear meant goodbye. That's why I kept searching for her. But I didn't need to. Sarah was here the whole time. Right here, watching over me. Now I get it. What this tear's been telling me is to not let our focus win. It's not the foul sea we should listen to. It's Sarah and Reigns. Do you know why? Because our focus doesn't matter. What matters to me is that we protect Cocoon. Whatever it takes.
Same here. I'll help you do it.
All right, I'm in.
The Chocobo's in.
Hey,
Come on. When a Chocobo agrees, you know you're on the right path.
There you go. That's
Well,
right.
Count me out.
what?
If you all want to go it on your own, then so will I.
Hey,
Bang.
hey, now. Hey.
Let Cocoon get what's coming. They hate us for being Lassie. What's it to me if they die? Better that than watch a friend go Seath. If you don't have the nerve for it, I'll do it myself. Go on alone, get stronger, and smash Cocoon out of the sky!
Bang!
You turn Seath and there's no coming back! I'm not... letting it end that way! Ah!
I hate that she has one of my favorite Eidolons.
What's he doing here? Come to take pity on me? Come to take care of a broken Lassie?
That thing's here to help us?
Yeah, help. That's what Eidolons do. They help us. Eidolons are our salvation. If we can't decide what to do next, they come put us out of our misery!
Wait, so you haven't made up your mind yet?
Why are you protecting me? What are you doing? Protecting one of our own. We can do without their brand of mercy. And we don't need a fal'Cie's orders either. I'm fighting this focus to the end. We all are. So please, fight with us.
Ready when you are!
She has the version of Bahamut, I believe. Nope, not Reno. Yeah, she's got Bahamut. Amass chain bonuses.
Let's wrap this up!
Have I mentioned that he's a dick?
So this is how it ends.
All the Eidolons are dicks. I hate them all. I hate these fights so much. They're horrible. They're horrendous. God. And it doesn't even start you right there again. It puts you right here. Ugh.
Give it your best shot.
Alright, we got him. Jesus Christ. I had to waste all of my TP to get him. But Bahamut has been subjugated. Still not the worst one. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it!
Look! A new path! Maybe that thing did save us.
I don't suppose you'd be willing to call it a sign of me being right. No?
No.
Okay. Listen, keep our eyes on the goal and we'll figure something out.
All right.
Everyone's just like, I'll
Hey,
let him
Sarah?
go.
So I guess being a lessee doesn't have to mean you can't do what's right. Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, hey! Look at that!
What? Oh. An airship?
And it's from Grand Pulse. I guess it was one of this arc's weapons, or something.
That's a gate to Grand Pulse. Right.
So what? That's our exit? Pulse or bust?
Could be one of Daisley's traps.
Well, that's not good. Do you think it might take us to Eden?
Mm-mm. I'm doing the flying. No more of these ships taking charge of our travel plan stuff. The only place this thing is taking us is where these boys tell it to.
Really? That is a Grand Pulse ship.
Really? Leave it to me.
Either way, we're on borrowed time. So we might as well go. We get lucky, maybe we'll even turn up some way to get rid of these goofy tattoos.
Yeah.
But there's no way to do that.
You never know. Maybe we just didn't think to look for one.
If nothing else, we know Cocoon's safe for the time being. I'd say it's worth going to take a look.
Maybe. But what about your dad?
I made him a promise. I promised him to keep going and do what I had to. He said only I would know what that was. The world's full of lies. There's no way of knowing what's right. All we can do is believe in ourselves. It's easy to sit back and let people trick you. Like how the Sanctum had us all thinking that a lessee was some sort of monster. I'm done with their lies. Fal'Cie, this whole focus thing. From here on out, I use my eyes. Think.
Look how much he's grown as a boy.
I might not make all the right choices, but as long as I'm the one who decided what to do, there's nothing to regret.
Okay.
All right, let's do it. I'm with you. Bad choices and all.
Of course, I'm not sure how it's gonna turn out. Pulse is hell, you know.
Oh, is it now? How many times have you been there?
None. But I want to go and see what it's like for myself.
Okay, people.
So what do you think about Pulse? You think it's gonna be good, bad?
So, everybody in?
Right.
Absolutely.
Off to hell we go.
No one ever said the future'd be easy. think we all saw the glimmer of a dream somewhere in the sky that night. The tiniest spark of hope that we could change our fate. Who could say? That moment's come and gone.
You're about to find out.
You did it!
Yeah, I told you, didn't I?
Grand Pulse is just the world. Cocoon is a floating bubble.
Playful little critter, isn't he?
Yeah, we'll play with someone else.
Happens all the time.
He thinks we're lunch.
Yeah, like at the seafood buffet.
Seafood, cute.
Guys, here it comes!
Seafood.
Fang! Get him!
I'm on it. Here. Here goes.
Hey, over here!
You okay?
Oh yeah, I'm great.
Grab on.
So yeah, what they refer to as Grand Pulse is just the world.
Sweet home. Welcome to Grand Pulse.
Welcome to Chapter 11. Well, soon. Terra Incognita.
A world wild and fragile, vibrant and untamed. Grand Pulse. It's a place where lives are ruled by the brutal struggle for survival and the callous and uncaring whim of the Fal'Cie. There is no such thing as mercy. Only
Yes.
a never-ending string of trials that weed out the weak and leave only the strong. Reigns knew the truth. The purpose lying at the heart of all the Fal'Cie's actions. Recalling their lost deity and returning the world to its former glory. People were never anything more than sacrifices. And Cocoon's destruction? It's just a way to wake us.
That's Cocoon.
But would bringing the Maker back into this world really lead to our salvation?
Nom nom nom.
The Maker created Falsey, and they, in their desperation to be reunited with the Maker, created l'Cie. And l'Cie? I wonder what we'll end up creating. Our future looked bleak, but as long as we could keep our spirits up, we'd find a way to change our fate. Somehow.
You were having a dream.
A pretty strange dream.
Terra incognita.
Hey guys, have any luck?
No sign of anyone else. But we did find plenty of bloodthirsty wildlife in crumbling ruins.
Long day?
Well, guys, we've run out of places to search around here. Huh. Where's Hope?
He's off with the chocobo, getting supplies. Hello.
Hey. You all by yourself?
It's Brand.
What? We gotta find him.
His brand. Wait, did I do the same one twice? No, I did not. They were all branded. Welcome back. They were all branded, Emotive. They have the l'Cie brand. That was all in the very first one. The mark they're all referring to. Like, Snow has it on his hand. Saz has it on his chest. Lightning has it on her chest. Vanille has it on the back of her leg. Yeah, that brand.
You're open!
That's their brand. Yeah, you just saw Snow's brand right there. Are you thinking of like a cow brand? Or are you thinking like the McDonald's brand? Let's see. So it's weaker to magic. Got it. That was close. The partisan. Partisan. So these things have the potential of merging, so let's kill them as fast as we can.
Turn the tide!
Alright, as long as we keep it up in the air, it will not be merged. I always hope I can try to get behind it, but like, ugh.
Let's wrap this up.
It's just flan. It's kind of like, you know, it's like pudding. It's like apple pudding. Oh, the cliff walls, the valley, the canyon. Right, yeah.
Let's wrap this up. You're going down. You're open.
Maybe you do. Who knows?
Hope! So this is how it ends.
Just wait. Now, how long has it been since we left Cocoon? Not a single soul for miles around? Not a single clue about this whole sea mess? What I'm saying is, we did well just getting this far.
But we could go a little further.
Meaning?
There's still one place.
Neil?
Oh,
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
You know, if we don't find anything this time, we won't get another chance.
Erba. The place it all began.
Oh,
The place where the Pulse Fal'Cie lay dreaming. Vanille and Fang's home. Just maybe, it'll be the place where we find the answers we're looking for.
Dun,
You're
dun, dun.
right. If we can get there.
Go ahead without me.
We can't just leave you.
I'll be fine. You've all taught me so much. You showed me how to fight.
what did I tell you? Leave the fighting to me.
I'm scared.
We understand. You're not gonna go through this ordeal alone, you know. Huh?
That's what scares me. I don't want to see you get hurt because of me. It'd be better for everyone if I just stayed behind.
This is the fight I hate. Say hello to probably the second time we've ever seen this Eidolon, by the way. Say hello to Alexander.
Mention ordeals, and look what comes along.
This is not an ordeal. This is a gift. Hope! This is the kind of power you've got inside. And it's telling you not to give up. Trust me.
Oh, I get it. It's here to show you the way. Show you that you've got what it takes to get back on your feet and do this thing.
You mean that came from me?
You should remember Alexander from FF9. He was the castle.
Ready?
Face it head on.
Bring it on!
Enough! Some things you just do.
Look at him, he's just like, "Fight me, bitch." Kidding me. I figured that was gonna happen.
This isn't fair.
No, it's not. Because my TP was all the way down. I needed 3 TP and I just did not have enough for 3 TP because I wanted that renew. If I had gotten that renew off, I would have been fine, but we just didn't have enough for it. Yeah, see. We're gonna grind a little bit, try to get our TP all the way up, and then we'll try that again.
Take this! You're open!
Yeah, that TP can be really powerful if you get the opportunity to really raise it up. But the issue is it's a bitch and a half to raise. Because it goes just so slowly. So your TP raises on 3 conditions. You beat enemies fast, and you use your entire ATB bar. Naturally, that's not super easy to do all of the above. Granted, I could also use this Ethersol to raise it all the way up. Don't really want to do that, if I can help it. Because I'd like to save those for emergencies, you know? Of course. It wasn't a lot, but we're also going to pop some stuff off on these two. I think so. Well, 2. I mean, all of them, but, you know, whatever. This leaves Vanille without her buddy. Vanille is now the only one without. I could probably do some shrouds right now, but what would be really nice is if I could choose my paradigms, but if not, that's also not the end of the world. I can make do with the paradigms I have, it's just not wanted. Let's go with this first. Yeah, I could have thrown in my stuff, but we're fine for now.
Give it your best shot. Ha! Give it your best shot.
Some things you just do.
So there's multiple ways you can build your Gestalt gauge. It really depends on the thing. I think for Alexander, it's those who heal their friends. And those who buff their friends, I believe. Yields to those who heal the wounded. So healing people, building up large gates, like, that's all what they want to see.
Give it your best shot. You're gonna squirm. Ha! Give it your best shot.
And those who strengthen their allies. Alright, this should be a GG. Once again at the last minute, but it's still a GG. Got it.
Here I go!
We got Alexander. Now you can see why Alexander was so hard, because...
That's some
Yeah.
beast you take. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I always thought the Eidolons appeared to set us free through death. But now, I think maybe they're here to snap us out of our slumps.
Oh, like the one you were just in?
I'll ask for help earlier next time around.
I told you. On Grandpa's, we're all family. You can moan all you like, but you're stuck with us.
But you're stuck with us.
You're never alone in hell.
Listen, funny man, don't call this place hell, all right?
So, we're all decided then.
It's Erbera. Eruba. Orba. Eruba.
Yeah.
Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take ya. Bermuda.
Maybe nothing would change. And maybe we'd hit a dead end. But we were at least going to see where the road would take us. The search for a home, buried in the past, and the faintest glimmer of hope. Our final journey had just begun.
So, I think we'll be fine. We won't get to the side questing this stream, which is good. We'll get to it next stream.
Let's go.
Never mind. It's right here.
This stone, it's...
Look familiar?
It's a kind of Seath. It's in the last stage.
A Seath.
Don't worry. It's no threat to anyone anymore. The sea that fail their focus becomes sea and wander the wilds. Eventually, they lose the will to go on and turn to stone. But still, even in this state, they can't forget the task they once had.
And they call out to the sea, over and over. Complete my focus.
So they're doomed to eternal regret, huh? It's pretty horrible.
Hey, we should help this one out. Come on, we can't just ignore it. Listen, if we fail our focus, it could be us suffering like that.
Wow, what a happy thought. That's not like you.
But going out of his way to help someone, that's snow all over.
So these are the side quests. Seath stones. I want to get that accessory slot. God, I want all this stuff. Like 8, 16, 24, 30, 36, 40, 44, 56, 60, 64, 70. I need 71,000 minimum just for that. Gluttonous Rube. The question is, does it mark it on my map where I need to go? Mission mark. Yes, it does. Cool. But now we can wander wherever we want here. We'll see new missions put down. You know, we can fight whatever enemies we want. Some enemies will be pretty easy. Some enemies... Eyeball, lips... Eyeball? No. Say hello to the behemoth king. King of the behemoths. Yeah. As long as we kill it before it unstaggers, we're good.
That's how it's done.
Oh boy. But look at this. We get 4,000 CP for some of these enemies. So, like, grinding here... Yeah, it's gonna be tough. But the rewards are going to be A fucking plus. No, you son of a bitch. Well, we still destroyed it, even though it ate its friend. This fog, though, is not boding well for me. This is very foreboding. I've never had flan. I can barely cook with a pan. What makes you think that I have had flan? If I can't even cook with a pan. I love how ominous this fog is, though. Like, could you be any more scary and foreboding, bitches? Right, you could see Slender Man just sitting on one of the ledges, just kind of like, Okay, cool.
Just like I planned.
I'm sure it was, boy. There's 3 of them. I'm gonna want to kill the small ones. Or we focus on the big guys.
off! We gotta win this!
Here!
New strategy. You asked for it.
Jesus Christ. This dire plan is giving me the dire straits.
Here!
Keep a cool head.
Ugh. That was bad, but okay. A lightning charm? That's a charm for lightning! I'm sure there's all sorts of secrets and bosses you could fight in here that normally people don't do because they don't know about them. You know. Would be kind of fun to do. Yeah. Secret bosses, like fight bosses like in Child of Light that you wouldn't know about. It's the kind of shit I enjoy. Doing something you being like, I didn't know that was there!
That's how it's done.
How's our CP? Already, 10,000 CP. Ha ha! So yeah, we're looking like 100,000 for each Commando, Ravager, Medic for like, you know, light alone to just get all the way over here, you know. Per thing. Close. What exactly is flan, by the way? Run, run, the slipper of flan. What's custard? I mean, like, I know what custard is, but, like, what's custard? Exactly. Is it, like, cooked pudding? No, wait, you can have frozen custard. So remember the giant thing we saw getting eaten? By the even more giant thing? That's how big this one is.
Change of plan.
Try that.
Time for another approach.
That will be fine. It's been a while since I've had any, but yeah, I typically do. If I could sneak up on this, that would be amazing. On this behemoth king! It's been a very long time since I've had a cheesecake, I will be honest. Cake pops. It's been a while since I've had a cake pop. But I listen to a lot of K-pop. Okay, I don't think this one transforms, which would be really bueno if it didn't. Okay, yo, that smite! Nice. Okay, we still get 4,000 for that, which is... I know what it is, I'm just saying I haven't had one in a while. Okay, so let's try to do this quest, shall we? We just need to run forward a lot. Buying things is what's not to like. There, see that oogly moogly little thingy? That's what we need to go kill. Gorgonopsid. Yeah, the one thing I remember about this is I kind of got bored wandering around and I just wanted to continue the game. So I never spent a lot of time out doing like these side questing. It's just like, let's keep playing the game. It's probably why I had trouble later on in the game, because I just spent so much time just trying to get through it. I didn't really spend a lot of time grinding. I was just like, can I just beat this game so I can beat this game? The answer, of course, was no, I can't just beat the game to beat the game. That was silly of me to assume I could. Are these things weak? Oh, yeah, they are. Very much so. Yeah, that's not a bad price. Look at the little sheepies. Hey, yo. Hey, yo, little sheepies. Yeah, be prepared to spend like a stream or two.
You managed to survive here somehow, huh?
Alright, what new things do we have here? Mithril Bangle. Okay. General's Belt, we know that. Rainbow Anklet, we've got that. Warning Talisman. Pearl Necklace. Magical Moments. We got the Zealot's Amulet. Vigilance, Bar Fire, Bar Frost, Bar. Mugglewax! Muggles! Muggles! Increase the odds of dodging attack. Increase the odds of obtaining items. That would be nice, but I don't really care too much about that. Armored Shell. There's the Scarlet type we need. So, got that, that, and that. The problem is we need to unlock 2 more crystals in order to fully be able to use everything we need. Wax. Yeah. About 99% sure this is the enemy we need to defeat. It is. There's our mark! The Ecto Pudding. Absorbs water, vulnerable to lightning. If I could get End Thunder on, that would be amazing, but we don't absolutely need it. Cool. Mission complete. We got an energy sash. We're a good Samaritan. There's an achievement for doing all of these. There's like 3 of them. One for doing the very easy, one for doing the medium, one for doing the very hard. and into the Iridumu. Oh, we did that active sheath stone. Sheath stone. So if we want to, we can fight this. We can absolutely fight that if we want to. I actually think it's an achievement to kill one. And a mission to kill one. We're not going to. It's got like 1,000,000 health, and it can one-shot you. Let me show you. Come here, big guy. He just stomped the ground and he killed Snow and Lightning. He picked his foot up and then he put it back down. And we died. Hence the reason we're not going to fight him.
Try that on me.
New strategy.
Oh god, it. There are some things I'm going to avoid fighting if I can. This is one of them. But I wanted to fight one at least once. Well. Oh, it's dead. Thank God. I didn't even give you that much, but that's also because we didn't get like a surprise hit. 7 wings. As you can see, even though this is like on console, it's still kind of struggling. So obviously it's just a 360, so it's not like it's the best thing in the world. Oh wait, I need to go to the left. Skirt, skirt.
I get back to Cocoon someday. I'll have to.
Let's update our Crystarium. Well, again, this is the 360, so it's not even the PC, so. But yes, new PC hype. The hope is still that I'll get it Wednesday, and enough time to be able to stream, but we will see. Can I get this? No. Halfway to the next accessory slot. Okay.
Time for another approach.
Back off!
Out of my way!
Here!
Target's
Gotta
a
win
target.
this! Gotta win this! We gotta
Thanks.
win this!
Nothing personal. Thank you. Thanks.
Look at Lightning with her 5 gauges. She's just gonna wreck shit.
Just like I planned.
Her dick is so big. Cobaltite. Cobaltite. Lord of the Peaks. So where do we have to go for this? Back the way we came, eh? La la da da da. Alright, so we'll live.
That's how
See,
it's
look.
done.
Snow's fine. Y'all worry too much. Let's go back here. I know this way is blocked off. Ooh. Double fetties. Damn it, they saw me at the last second. This is probably not gonna be bueno.
Keep a cool head. New strategy.
Thanks. Thanks.
So yeah, this is one of the harder Seath stones. Like, I think their color determines their hard. Blue is easy. I would assume green is going to be medium and red is hard. That would be my guess. Unsure though. La da da da. And the thing is, once you leave this area, you can't come back. Like, once you progress far enough in the game, you can't come back, so... Right, that's why I said, you know, I'm gonna definitely grind here for the week, and you know, try to do as many of the side quests as we want before we get bored and say, fuck it, we're done. Look at these fucking imp things. Rangada! Rangada. Oh my god. They summon reinforcements, and they've got a ton of health. Like, Jesus. But yeah, this is why we've got snow, because as you can see, we're kind of needing somebody to just deal with all of the enemies, because just, you gotta somehow put everybody on one tank so that like your healer's not getting destroyed. Like, look how quickly we basically got, like, ambushed and just our health was melted. Yeah, see, green, so this would be a, later on. Seath Stone mission. Yeah, what are you looking up on Steam? Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah!
Just like I planned.
Go for it. Get your DLC. Get your games. Oh dear.
Target's a target. Stay down! Keep the enemy off balance. Thank you.
So, Behemoth King. Absolute dickhead if you can't get them from behind. They have 500,000 health. And we can do a little bit less than 20,000 in one hit. So that's 50 turns of just us. Oh look, now he's in his stronger form now. And he has 750,000 health. That's a scary thought, Captain. I don't think I can beat him even if I wanted to right now. I mean, I could if I just want to take my time and slowly chip away at his health.
Don't worry.
But, like, is that worth it?
Steady now.
We gotta win this.
How does one run away?
Don't worry.
We gotta win this. We gotta win this.
Time for another approach.
We gotta win this.
Keep the enemy off balance.
Back off. Back off. Back off.
I'm going to try, but I don't think I can beat him. I'll be completely honest. Like, we've been wailing away at him and we've done 250,000 damage to him.
Steady now.
Thanks.
We gotta win this.
Time for another approach.
Take that. Yeah.
Change of plan.
Back off. Back off. Back off. Back off. Back off.
Keep the enemy off balance.
Take that. Yeah.
Change of plan.
At this point, I'm just going to beat him because, well, we've got this far.
Back off. We gotta win this.
Keep the enemy off balance.
Right? God, I don't even want to know how long we've been fighting him for so far.
Change of plan.
Don't worry.
Which, to be honest, isn't that long.
Thank you.
We gotta win this! We gotta win this!
In comparison to, you know, other games we've played. It's long for this game.
We gotta win this!
Oh, we died. It doesn't even matter. We were doing so good! No! Oh well. We're going to ignore that one. It was a very valiant attempt. Oh no, not more of it. We're gonna just side step. What we want is over here, right? Yes. If we actually have to fight one of those legitimately, I do have a plan to take it out. So. And it shouldn't be too terribly difficult to do. It's just how you call wasteful. Uses things I don't want to use, but will to win. So this, the mark is over here. So, yeah, there's lots of things around here. But, I think we're gonna end this right here, because, we got a lot of stuff coming forward, and I've had to pee for the last hour, and I don't think I can hold it much longer before I die. But, yeah. We have a lot of new stuff coming up next time, though. And, yeah, I will grind a lot during this week so that we don't have to do very much on the terms of grinding. We can just kind of do side questing and things. But, yeah. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. And until the next time, everybody. Stay funky, people.